Good afternoon to everyone here at the 2021 International Symposium on Smart Farming. I'm your MC, Park Kwang-shin. I would like to express my gratitude to the participants gracing this event online and offline and welcome you all. Due to the unprecedented climate crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic, threats to agriculture and food security are increasing day by day. As a preemptive response to these external shocks and challenges in the agricultural sector, discussions on innovative agricultural technologies such as digitization and smartization are actively underway. With these active discussions on smart technology, we have set the stage for exchanges to explore the future direction of smart agriculture through today's symposium. We hope that all the guests from home and abroad from various sectors, including the government, international organizations, the private sector, and civil society, will share information and engage in active discussions. Today's symposium in particular is expected to feature experts from Korea, Israel, and the Netherlands, who play leading roles in the global smart farm sector to share their policies or technologies promoted by each country. The symposium consists of a total of 3 sessions today. First is to discuss the direction of each country's promotion to create smart farms. Next, we will have time to learn about the current status of smart farm policy systems and technologies in the Netherlands. In the last session, please look forward to an active discussion with the expert panel. We hope that those who are participating online will also use the real-time chat window to share their questions or ideas freely. There's also an event for the participant during the symposium, so I encourage everyone to participate. Now, I will officially begin the symposium, and we will be having the welcome speech. Please welcome Director Park Hong-jae of Jeonnam Agriculture Research and Extension Service. Good afternoon, everyone. I am the Director of Jeonnam Agriculture Research and Extension Services, Park Hong-jae. I would like to congratulate the opening of the International Symposium on Smart Farms, which recently helped improve difficult agricultural conditions and revitalize rural areas, and welcome you those who are joining us online. Also, I would like to thank UNFAO Assistant Director General Kim Jong-jin and the guests who have graced us with their presence, as well as Professor Yeon of Suncheon University, Professor Song Jung-ik of Seoul National University, and researcher Han Gil-soo of the Rural Development Administration, who will participate in the expert panel discussion. I would also like to express my appreciation to and welcome our presenters today, Chief Choi Myung-chul of the MAFRA's Agro-Industry Policy Division, COISRA CEO Mr. Mamo, Agricultural Advisor Kang Ho-jin from the Netherlands Embassy, and Priva CEO Mr. Madani. Due to the COVID-19 prevention measures, today's symposium is taking on a new challenge of being held offline and transmitting our feed online to YouTube with simultaneous interpretation in English. In addition, this year, the International Agricultural Exhibition will be held until the 31st under the theme of Smart Agriculture, where you can tour the ever-developing smart farm technologies such as new agricultural technologies and video measurements. We face challenges in the agricultural sector such as climate change, insufficient resources, and carbon neutrality, so we need to understand international trends in relation to smart agricultural policies and technological development to overcome them. Today's symposium is expected to be of great help in improving Korea's agricultural development and technology level, as it is a venue to listen to smart agricultural policy and development directions in Korea, Israel, and the Netherlands, and understand smart farm development technology and also plantonomy. Our institute, JNARES, has also developed smart farm technology since 2014 and established an on-site support center to develop and distribute a single-span smart farm model. We have developed 3 types of low and low-cost single-span smart farms for horticultural crops and are conducting research on energy-independent smart farms using big data analysis sites based on ICT and renewable energy. Moreover, we developed a robot that measures crop growth automatically and collects information using image analysis technology, and it is displayed at the exhibition. Smart farm conversion technology will help solve the pending rural problems and become a growth engine for the agriculture industry, and adhere to global low-carbon policies by utilizing renewable energy. I would like to ask for your efforts in revitalizing rural areas in a wide range of fields such as facility houses, livestock, and field crops through smart farms by managing the growth and development environment remotely and automatically, and distributing technology that can increase productivity. I wish good fortune and health for everyone here at the symposium and also your family. Thank you for attending. Thank you. Again, I would like to express my gratitude to Director Park Hong-jae of JNARES to his speech, welcoming everyone here. He welcomed everyone here. And next is the representative of FAO Asia Pacific Regional Office, Kim Jong-jin. Please give him a big hand.
Mr. Young-rok Kim, Governor of Jeollanam-do Province. Mr. Hong-jae Park, Director of Jeollanam-do Agriculture Research and Extension Services. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased to be speaking at the 21st International Symposium on Exploring the Future of Smart Farming. The UN Food System Summit has reinforced at the highest level the importance of transforming our food systems so that they are sustainable, equitable, and resilient, and will lead to economic, social, and environmental benefits. Innovative smart farming, digital and precision agriculture technologies are an important medium of this transformation of agri-food systems. FAO is committed to bring about this change and realizing the potential of smart farming and its linked technologies. FAO's primary commitment in the Asia and the Pacific region is to its vast population of smallholders and family farmers. FAO believes that innovations and technologies can help farmers to grow crops, raise livestock, and farm fish sustainably while earning decent livelihoods to access food security and nutrition. The concept and the innovation underlying smart farming could be adapted to increase efficiencies in farming for smallholders. This could include the provision of quality seeds and planting material, improved soil, water, and the natural resource management, control of pests and diseases, as well as good cultural and post-harvest practices and the better marketing opportunities. Precision agriculture allows for greater accuracy and efficiency in placement of seeds and seedlings. It also creates conditions for efficient water management, site and the time-specific application of fertilizers and pesticides based on the type of crops and the climate conditions. In combination with the artificial intelligence and big data, agricultural fields can help to optimize input use based on soil nutrient balances. To that end, FAO Director General Dr. Chu Dong-yu has announced key initiatives. These include the Digital Village Initiative, which is focused on digital rural transformation to combat hunger, poverty, and inequality, and is being implemented across many countries, including this region, which is acting as a global pilot for Digital Village Initiative. The Hand-in-Hand Initiative is a whole of system partnership mechanism. It is supported by a geospatial data platform, among others, on climate, agroecological zones, water, land, and soils. It includes advanced geospatial modeling and analytics to identify socioeconomic opportunities for rural populations. A new global action entitled Green Development of Special Agricultural Products. One country, one priority products, was successfully launched recently. The global action on one country, one product will develop green and sustainable value chains for special agricultural products. It will support small and family farmers to reap the full benefits of a global market and ultimately have the successful transformation of our agri-food systems and the achievement of sustainable development goals. For this global action, the Republic of Korea could share its vast experience related to special products and the technologies that are being grown through smart farming, as it can be a key component for efficient management of resource based on ICT tools, as well as marketing of value-added products. The Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific organized a webinar earlier this year on one country, one priority product, and one village, one product programs in the region. The Republic of Korea shared its experiences and provide very useful insights for FAO to take the global action forward in this region. For developing countries, more than the largest technology or latest technology, the identification of sustainable, suitable designs to contextualize smart farming system is important to achieve adaptation and sustainability. Regarding the Digital Village Initiative, as mentioned, the Asia and the Pacific region is piloting this important initiative in 10 countries. E-extension, e-market, and e-credit are among the various instruments being used to drive smart model villages in partnership with academia, international partners, farm organizations, and the local governments. A web platform has been established for dissemination of best practices in the region as well. A regional forum on the topic will be held in December and is expected to play a critical role in exchanging knowledge, and experiences among member countries. Multiple FAO projects around the world have been promoting and implementing smart farming related technologies, such as use of sensors for automation in controlling climate in greenhouses, drip irrigation, and fertigation systems. We are very thankful to the Republic of Korea for funding the smart farming project for the future generation, which is being implemented by FAO in Uzbekistan and Vietnam to improve livelihoods through high incomes, increased business and employment opportunities, and the diversified diets through affordable and safe food available for all of us. Strong component of the project is to build capacity through trainings, technical assistance, and development of global knowledge products. Lessons learned assure that smart farming promotes sustainable approaches in food production with efficient management of natural resources and conservation of environment and the natural resources. Therefore, it will significantly contribute to the priorities of the countries and support to achieve the SDG targets. The level of complexity and the investment for smart farming systems vary depending on each context, from advanced digital IT solutions to improved field practices and technologies. These all have in common the objective of increasing efficiency and being smarter when managing all factors that are involved in agri-food systems. In this regard, the countries also need to be supported at policy levels to enable an environment for efficient management and recycling systems. The objectives of the symposium are well aligned with the FAO Strategic Framework 2022 to 2031, endorsed by the members at the 42nd FAO Conference in June 2021. The strategic framework is focused on achieving the Agenda 2030 through the transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life, leaving no one behind. That is the message I want to leave you with. I wish all participants a successful meeting, and please take care and remain safe. 감사합니다.
AOS, Digital Village Initiative, Hanin Han Initiative. Thank you for your inspiring speech. In particular, 2021 International Symposium on Smart Farming plays an important role in realizing the need for action. Congratulating for the successful symposium, let's begin the first session. As agriculture goes digital and smart, digital agricultural technologies are being implemented across the world, including Korea. One of them is smart farming, which is ICT being integrated into the process of production, processing, and distribution of agricultural products. The intelligent agriculture system is being welcomed as it improves production and efficiency. In this session, we will take a look at cases of Korea and Israel where smart farming is actively utilized. To give us a presentation on Korean cases, let me invite Choi Myung-chul, Chief Agro-Industry Policy Division, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, to the stage. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am Chief Choi Myung-chul with the MAFRA Agro-Industry Policy Division. This is a very meaningful opportunity for me, and I would like to thank you for inviting me. I would like to talk about the policy directions to promote smart agriculture. First is the current status and vision, then the key tasks. Korea's agricultural production base is weakening with declining and aging farm population, shrinking farmland, and climate change. The farm population decreased from 4.85 million in 1995 to 2.25 million in 2019. The 62% of those are 65 or older, and with severe aging, reducing farmlands, and climate change that cause extreme weather events such as heavy rain, cold snaps, and abnormal temperature, the agricultural crises are what we need to overcome. MAFRA is striving to overcome these issues and respond to problems caused by aging and climate change with agricultural innovation driven by big data and AI through the spread of smart agriculture. We are expanding smart farms that automatically control the optimal growth environment for crops and livestock by utilizing ICT technologies such as the IoT and big data. With the introduction of smart farm yield per unit area, high quality yield that can be commercialized, and agricultural income increased, while working hours decreased, improving the convenience of farming. The global smart agriculture market is expected to grow 9.8% annually from 13.8 billion in 2020 to 22 billion by 2025. The precision agricultural sector, which takes up the largest share, is expected to grow from 6.4 billion in 2020 to 11 billion by 2025. The world's smart agricultural policy is reinforced in countries around the world, including the Netherlands, Germany, France, and the US. It implements smart livestock in the livestock sector, develops and applies a decision support system that optimizes crop growth and development through farming support, such as information system development of crop growth monitoring analysis, and promotes R&D for agricultural ICT convergence. In particular, Japan, a neighboring country similar to Korea, is actively promoting the spread of smart agriculture, such as autonomous vehicles and automated watering systems through public-private cooperation in developing various smart agricultural technology development and demonstrations. MAFRA has expanded the supply of smart farms to 5,985 hectares for controlled horticulture and 3,463 sheds by 2020. As a result of the 2020 Carry Satisfaction Survey on farmers who adopted smart farms, 67% found it to be satisfactory. They are highly willing to adopt smart farms in greenhouse vegetables, livestock farming, and field-grown vegetables. Korea's smart farm technology level is lower than that of the EU and the US. EU has the highest smart farm technology, And when considering their technology level as 100, Korea is at 70. We are in the second tier and need to improve our level to enhance our service and international competitiveness. These are key tasks. MAFRA prepared and promotes a smart farm proliferation plan as a 2018 innovative growth plan in the agricultural sector. To solve the problems of rural aging and spread of smart farms, we are promoting 4 key tasks: providing support for young aspiring farmers and farms, building infrastructure for smart agriculture, developing leading models of smart agriculture, and establishing an implementing system. The first task, we are promoting support for young farmers, business lunch, and smart farm basic facilities and services for existing farmers. To incubate youth farming, the Young Farmer Incubator promotes support for the entire cycle, from theoretical education to practice and business lunch. There are 4 incubators in the 4 innovation valleys in Sangju, Gyeongbu, Gimje, Jeonbuk, Miryang, Gyeongnam, and Gohung, Jeonnam. Starting with the trial run in 2018, a total of 580 participants were selected and trained. The curriculum was a 20-month long-term training focused on practice. The Young Farmer Incubator selects those with good grades to be eligible to rent farms in the Innovation Valley and provides post-training consulting for 6 months after completing the course, along with job placement opportunities with agricultural cooperation. The plan is to select 200 young farmers every year for the Young Farmer Incubator. The Korean National College of Agriculture and Fishery are expanding their smart agriculture courses as well. We are promoting support for young smart farms too. To solve the challenges in securing smart farm land and infrastructure for youth, the Smart Farm Innovation Valley created a smart farm for rent and provide a 3-year lease for those who completed Young Farmer Incubator training, and is expanding to other regions for local specialized smart farm for rent. For farmers who are 40 or under, we provide agricultural credit guarantees up to 90%, minimizing their burden to 10% to solve the problem of lack of collateral while providing comprehensive smart farm funds. To solve the issue of securing investment in the early stages of business, we introduced the Agri-Food Venture Fund. And we also provide a 10-year lease of farmland reserves, which is available by KRCC, a public institution. We expand the support for smart farm infrastructure and service models so that existing farms can adopt smart agriculture. To introduce smart agriculture, we supply sensors to measure temperature, humidity, video monitoring equipment such as CCTV, controllers such as ventilators, light controllers, and nutriculture system, and smart agriculture equipment such as multivariable control systems. And also, we deliver real-time support including big data-based disease and pest control and optimization of growth conditions, and plan to expand the database services to support farming. Secondly, we are building an infrastructure for smart agriculture. We are pursuing to expand smart agriculture R&D, build foundation to use big data, standardize smart farm equipment, set up a demonstration complex, and nurture experts. The expansion of smart agriculture R&D starts from the first generation of more convenient remote facility control through mechanization and automation, and goes to second generation, which is more output with less input, and is precision growth management enhancement based on data to improve productivity, and then moves on to third generation increased production and quality for everyone, where intelligent autonomous lifecycle management is possible through mid to long-term multi-ministry R&D support projects with data, AI, and unmanned automation. In the greenhouse and livestock sectors, about 386.7 billion won is invested in R&D from 2021 to 2027 as a joint project from Smart Farm involving multiple ministries. The greenhouse sector is researching AI-based greenhouses with fully autonomous multivariable controllers and intelligent agricultural robots for smart greenhouses. The livestock sector is researching AI-based livestock specification and business management models and real-time disease forecasting and monitoring based on deep learning. Smart agricultural technology development in the open field sector is preparing to study the development of intelligent farming and robot-based modular farming technology. To establish a foundation to utilize big data to build a smart agriculture infrastructure, we are expanding the data standards for greenhouse, livestock, and open field items, and also the data collection on smart farms for rent, testbeds, nurturing greenhouses in Smart Farm Innovation Valley, smart farm households, and research data under construction in the Smart Farm Innovation Valley. The collected data will be accumulated, open, and shared in the Smart Agricultural Cloud, a cloud-based big data platform. The firms that provide agricultural machinery and ICT-based smart farming support services will analyze and utilize big data. We are pushing to standardize smart farm equipment to secure compatibility. To secure compatibility between smart farm equipment, we are establishing national and group standards, and as of 2021, we established 41 national standards. To induce product improvement of smart farm equipment companies, to secure compatibility when supplying equipment with national standards, we conduct projects to promote smart farm equipment standards for ICT equipment companies. Also, to establish a private-led system to promote national standards, a private-led consultative body is operated to develop a proposed standard through gathering and coordinating opinions from stakeholders. We are creating a test bed where smart farm companies can test equipment so that they can solve difficulties in demonstrating smart farm equipment under R&D. The Smart Farm Test Bed is a space to exhibit and experience the smart farm equipment on display and receive consultation and operate experience programs for farmers and students. You can also demonstrate and test smart farm equipment, conduct joint R&D with farmers, institutes, and businesses, and develop new products. The areas for startups and business support will provide R&D vouchers catered to demand post-sales services and consulting to attract private investment. We are also supporting smart agricultural export. We started projects in Kazakhstan and Vietnam to build pilot smart farm greenhouses, and the one in Kazakhstan will be completed in late October this year and used as a base for smart farm exports. We are strengthening international cooperations in smart agriculture through ODA programs in new southern countries such as Vietnam and the Philippines, and the new northern countries such as Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. We built an online export platform system to support exports of smart farm companies. They register here, provide information about their businesses and products, and also online export meetings are available to facilitate exports. To foster smart agricultural experts, again, to foster smart agricultural experts, National Universities of Chungnam, Gyeongbuk, and Gyeongsang operate specialized graduate schools for smart agriculture. To nurture experts tailored to smart farm firms, we plan to promote expert courses for smart farming technology, company-specific courses, and expert courses for ICT smart farms starting next year. In addition, we plan to support AI training courses in the smart agriculture through K-digital training projects. Thirdly, we are developing a lead model to spread smart agriculture. As a technology-based smart agriculture hub for young farmers, we are building 4 smart farm innovation valleys by 2022. 2 will be completed at the end of this year in Gyeongbuk and Kimse, and the other 2 will be completed in 2022. Each Smart Farm Innovation Valley is building a young farmer incubator that fosters young farmers, a test bed where companies can demonstrate technology and products, and a 6-hectare smart farms for rent that young farmers who have completed training can actually rent and operate. In case young farmers cannot rent smart farms in the Smart Farm Innovation Valley, we're striving to create locally specialized smart farms for rent outside the valleys for youth startups and employment, and to create conditions for living. This is a bird's eye view of a smart farm innovation valley. You can see the young farmer incubator, test bed, and smart farms for rent in the center. To develop leading models of smart agriculture, we promote open field pilot projects in Andong, Gyeongsangbuk-do, the main producer of apples, and Gaesan, Chungcheongbuk-do, the main producers of beans. We introduce ICT-based irrigation and fertigation equipment and smart farming machinery such as drones, robots, unmanned tractors to transform existing facility into smart facilities. We are pursuing a pilot project expanding from the existing irrigation system to field applicable equipment and to build a foundation for data-based farming. We will introduce IoTs and agriculture machineries to collect and utilize weather, yield, growth, and farm work, and will collect, analyze, and use data from locally specialized complexes. We are building a cutting-edge agricultural machinery complex in Naju, Jeollanam-do. We plan to create a high-tech agricultural production complex equipped with an autonomous irrigation and drainage system, an unmanned farming system using IoT, advanced farming machinery such as autonomous tractors, drones, and robots. Since all farm work are performed by autonomous machinery, farmers will only give directions and monitor the work from a control room. In addition, we are building an ICT-based smart livestock farm complex. We relocated the small and medium-sized livestock facility that caused social problems such as odor and environmental complaints to create an ICT-based smart livestock farm complex and are building a smart livestock model that systematically manages breeding, odor, and biosecurity. This pilot complex has a smart barn, odor management facility, manure to energy facility, biosecurity facility to block livestock diseases, train center, and also ICT control center. Lastly, we plan to reorganize the implementation system such as other systems and organizations to systematically promote smart agricultural policies. To establish an institutional foundation for the stable implementation of the policy, we are promoting the Act on Promotion and Support for Smart Agriculture. The notice was completed this April, and the government is currently pushing ahead with the legislation process. It broadly stipulates the designation and creation of smart agriculture fostering district by considering multiple aspects such as data, laying the foundation to promote and nurture smart agriculture based on digital technology, standardization, fostering experts, and deregulation. To systematically foster agriculture smartly, the central and local governments need to establish smart agriculture promotion plans every 5 years and implementation plans every year. We plan to operate a dedicated agency that will comprehensively carry out smart agriculture support functions to systematically implement relevant policies. Through agency dedicated to the growth of smart agriculture functions that are distributed in various institutions such as the EPIS can be performed comprehensively. We plan to focus our resources on laying the foundation to nurture smart agriculture, such as collecting, managing data, and setting national standards. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Now we are back to invite Eyal Victor Manu, CEO of COISRA, to introduce Israel's case.
Hello everyone, my name is Eyal Victor Mamo and I'm the CEO of COISRA. Today I'm going to speak about smart farming technologies in Israel. I'm going to share about how government help farmers to use and implement new technologies, but also sharing information about the Israeli ecosystem regarding advanced technologies in farming. And if we will have enough time, also sharing some few examples of companies that using advanced technologies for agriculture. COISRA is a Seoul-based business development and consulting firm. We are specialized in the Korean and the Israeli market. We have companies identify advanced technologies in Israel and help them to develop successful business. In the field of agriculture, we represent a few relevant bodies like the Hebrew University, the Vulcani Center, which is the agriculture research organization, belong to the Ministry of Agriculture, the Israeli Ministry of Agriculture, and also IVC Research Center, which is a great database for advanced technologies in Israel, including agriculture. Before we dive into the presentation and the information about how Israeli developing smart farming technologies, it's important to understand some key facts about Israel. So Israel is a tiny, mini country. It's quite small if we're comparing to Korea. Korea is 5 times bigger, not just by population, but also from size-wise. The size of Israel is 22,000 square meter if we compare it to Korea, which is almost 100,000 square meter. The Israeli population is 9.3 million, while Korea population is 51 million. However, if we look on the birth rate, Israel is quite high. It's 3.1 comparing to 0.8 in Korea. And if we even check about the median age, the average person in Korea is 30 years old, which means Israel is a quite young country. There is many kids. It's a growing country, and the needs to supply agriculture, fresh agriculture product is high, and the demand increasing every year. If we look on the GDP per capita, it's very similar to Korea, which means the pricing, the general pricing in Israel and Korea are similar. They are both not very cheap countries, but I would say like prices are similar. However, regarding agriculture products like fruits and vegetables, Israel is much cheaper. As for unemployment rate, due to COVID-19, Israel now stands around 5.5%, while in Korea it's less than half, which also showing us the difference how different countries manage the pandemic. In Israel, there was many lockdowns forced by government. Many companies had to close their business for a long time, sometimes even up to 1 month. A few times, 4 or 3 lockdowns, while in Korea, as you know, it was open. So it's helped for continuing the operation. Now let's look about some agriculture data about Israel. So first, before we get into that, you can see on the photo on the side, which is marked with color. So except the area which is green, all the rest is yellow to red. And this is exactly the place where almost no rain. There's almost no rain, it's a dry area. And that means that 60% of the Israeli land is actually desert. It's very hard to grow crops there. And for that reason, there is a need for a water desalination, which we have in Israel about 7 plants that produce right now almost 885 billion liter a year. And that water is not going to agriculture. For agriculture, we use a lot of wastewater. The reuse rate of wastewater, which means water that already used once, it's 86% in Israel, while 40% out of it going for agriculture, and the rest coming from fresh and brackish water. But this is decreasing, and that's why there is a need for water desalination plants. In other words, Israel has lack of water, and despite of that, they're using other resources or more in a smart way in order to be more efficient of the water available. If we look about the agricultural land size, in 48, when the Israeli officially established, it was just 1,650 square meter. But by 2021, it's more than double, 4,100 square meter. So what does it mean? That means that Israel farmers with Israeli technologies and other technologies was able to convert unusable land to a usable land for crops and other agriculture production. So that's, of course, thanks to technologies. And even if it's a deserty area, or it's too hot area, or it's too cold area, still it was used for agriculture. Another data that I would like to share with you is that the agriculture expenses support. So this is one way of how government support farmers. So for their expenses, like receipts. So if we look, if we total all the support and then convert it to percentage, So it's about 17.4%. And if we check Korean side, it's about 46%, which means in Korea, there is a much more help for farmers in terms of subsidies and return of expenses. Another thing that another factor to look at, it's the price protection. In Israel, the vegetables and the fruits, it's more expensive by 18% than the international price. That's because of the protection. The Israeli government wants to protect the farmers, but not too much. And that number is going to be reduced every year. If we see what's going on in Korea, it's almost 80%. And that's exactly why the prices in Korea for many vegetables and fruits is very expensive comparing to the other markets. And the reason why this specific number in Israel is going to be reduced is because the Israeli government doesn't want to provide direct financial support to protect the farmers' price, but instead they want to encourage them to be more efficient in production, use much better machinery and technologies to be more competitive and to be able to export and also to sell to produce in larger volume and therefore reduce the price of their production. Israeli food security is 91%, which means 91% of the fruits and the vegetables sourced locally. It's very, very important. Israel is very similar to Korea in that aspect. We are around hostile countries, more or less. We can't drive through. We can have trucks coming from other countries through our borders. So everything is coming from the sea or from the air by planes. So it's very important that to have the enough security that in case a situation happen, for example, the pandemic, the COVID-19, many flights canceled, shipping become very, very expensive. Israel will have enough security on that. And again, despite lack of water, despite a small land, still with a technology, with a smart farming technology, Israel was able to maintain 91% of their fruit and vegetable consumption. If we look about the employment agriculture, 0.9 of the total employment working for agriculture. If we compare to 2.5 in 99, it's showing that less and less people willing to work in agriculture. And this is nothing unique about Israel. It's all the countries, including Korea. Farmers becoming old, new generation doesn't want to work for agriculture. And that's why smart farming and advanced technologies is very important to attract those young generation that find interest to continue and farm in a more advanced way, more easy way, and maybe more efficient way. So now we will move to how the Israeli Ministry of Agriculture how the government support the farmers, in what ways. And this kind of support is actually the way how Israel is trying to design the new farming, the new way of agriculture, how agriculture in Israel need to look like in the future. And hopefully by doing so, they will be able to solve or overcome some of the difficulties like aging of farmers and other natural problems like lack of water, climate change, and others. First, and this is also similar to support that exists in Korea, it's a purchase support, which means if a farmer need to purchase machinery, technology, software, hardware for his farm, the government is willing to support up to 30% if it's Israeli technology, if not, it's 25%, and up to 156,000 US dollar per farmer. The technology it doesn't need to be very new. But at least in the last 8 years. And when we are talking about what technology, what machinery, so here there is more details. It's need to be related to precise agriculture, which means technology related to a satellite imagery, drone imaging, sensor related to control irrigation, fertilization, spraying, growth. So all of those kind of, I would say, like technologies that bringing information, analyzing the situation of the farm, situation of the crops, whether by drones, whether by videos, whether by cameras, whether by sensor in the ground, they're relevant and can be used by this program. In addition, automation and robotics, which means machinery that reduce the usage of manpower in agriculture, also will get support. As mentioned, the Israeli government want to find solution to the labor. Less people willing to work in agriculture, therefore robotics and automation is necessary. Less hands, so that if a farmer find a good solution, good technology, good machine that is willing to buy, the government willing to support up to 25 or 30% in case of it's Israeli technology. The total amount for 2021 is not big. It's just 1.5 million for the total project, for all farmers together. It's not a lot of money. However, there is other project which I'm going to explain. Another aspect of support is research support. So this is more academic, I would say. It's not related directly to farmers, but those technologies that that made by research institute like universities and other research institute can be later commercialized and become startups, companies, and then technologies. And by this way, the government is not just giving money like we explained before, but also want to boost the research in the relevant fields in order those to become technologies available in the coming years. So what kind of technologies? We're talking about technologies related to climate change. We all know about that problem all over the world. It's become more hot, there is more rain, there is more storms, or it's become more dry in other places. There is fires. So everything related how to forecast, how to manage, how to change, how to understand the plant's behavior change according to the climate and according new varieties. So anything is maybe related if the technology fits. AI, artificial intelligence, and robotics, integration in agriculture. So there's a lot of technologies in AI, and there's a lot of technologies in robotics in the industry. The question is whether it can be also integrated in agriculture usage. And if there is a technology or research that's willing to take technology for one sector to move it to the agriculture, that also can be supported. Any eco-friendly pesticide material, the idea is that we may continue use pesticides, but it needs to be, I would say, human-friendly, not to poison the soil or other species and animals. Another subject is plant and animal development for medical and cosmetic purpose. Usually when we speak about agriculture, we mainly talk about agriculture production for human, for our food. But this is also for medical and cosmetic purpose. So if there is a research that can find that some of the planets can be reused also, maybe some part of them for other purpose like a medical and cosmetic, that will be relevant as well. Agriculture waste treatment and management. It's not just about the water, but there is many other waste that need to be treated, whether it's a greenhouse, the covers, the nylons used, the plastic used, Another thing that you use in agriculture, and then usually it cannot be used again. So anything related to that. Animal welfare, it's a new category that developed recently, trying to understand the better living condition for the animal, trying to avoid them suffering. It's livestock and others. And the last one is the development of substitutes for animal food products. This is actually, it's not about developing agriculture, it's actually finding other solutions, mainly finding alternatives to meat, or even dairy, develop maybe plant-based production that will be alternative. There is a few products already in the market, but that research is about to research more and find what other plants can contribute to this development. The total amount support for 2021 is about $9.2 million. And grant support, and I think that's the most important support that Israeli farmers can get. And the reason is that it's about integration of advanced technologies in agriculture. When we said advanced technology, we are talking about smart farming. So the grant is about up to 45% of the technology integration cost, and no more than $2.3 million per farmer. And if the technology is Israeli, so the farmer can get up to 50% of the cost of integration. And what technologies are relevant? Technologies that are related to plant and crops. We are not talking about technology related to livestock, for example. So it's related only to plants like growth and other crops. It must be innovative technology and in the field like artificial intelligence, IoT, big data, robotics, machine visions, and others like drones and anything that relevant can be relevant if it's ready for commercial usage, not yet sold in Israel, which means it's new, and also no more than 2 years old technology. So it must be new, not too old technology, but also already ready for commercial, which means it's not always easy to find or develop that technology, but that's a good, I would say, like platform for farmers to work with startups that working on development of a new technology that can be used for agriculture. And by the farmer utilize and integrate that technology, they can get support for the cost. So it's not just helping for the farmer to be more efficient using more advanced technology, but it's also helping to the startups to get to place to test their technology, place to use the technology, and which help them even for the startup itself to grow and have more customers and clients, not just in Israel, but also overseas. So this grant support trying to support the ecosystem around agriculture and smart farming technologies. The total amount is about $29.3 million for 2020 and 2021, and it's considered as a good grant support, good project for the farmers. Now we start about startups and what is the relation, and so it's a time to talk about the ecosystem. So the Israeli farmers and those who are willing to get fund support from the government eventually need to work with technologies coming from startups. So whether they are just agriculture startups or startups that dealing with some technology that may be also related to agriculture. Israel, as you may know, considers a startup nation. In Israel, there is more than 6,500 active startups, much more, 14 times much more than Europe, if we compare. relatively to the size of the population. And despite that, 70% are located in Tel Aviv. They are not in the agriculture area. They're in a very urban city area. And there are 370 multinational corporations in Israel. All the big names, all the big technology companies you may know work. They have R&D office in Israel. They're hiring local engineers and trying to develop the new technologies for the futures. As mentioned before, one of the main government body to support and do research in the agriculture is Volcani Center, actually covering 75% of all the agricultural research in Israel. It's a government agency, very similar to the RDA in Korea. And they have a few extensions in Israel. And they are dealing in soil, water, environment science, animal science, plant protection, post-harvest food science, plant science, agriculture engineering, and other. They have also a body which is called Kidum, and that body is actually in charge of the commercialization of the research that they are doing. So the government is not just doing research and finding solutions for problems, but also helping to convert this technology to companies, and also able to work with foreign companies and foreign bodies and entities to take advanced technologies from this body and commercialize it in other countries as well. So this is the way they maintain their operation. Most of the technologies they develop, they don't provide for free. So which means the Israeli government develop technologies, but it's not provided as is to the farmers. If farmers want to use it, they need to commercialize it. And then there is a licensing structure. So it's a little bit different than how it's working in Korea, because it used to be similar to Korea in the beginning, where they provide all the agricultural solution for free, all the research they found for free to the farmer. But then it has been found that Israeli farmers and Israeli companies selling these technologies for overseas. So they stopped doing that. Of course, unless there is a disease in some corps, which is the main corps in Israel, they will find solution and help to find solution and provide solution at no cost. But in general, advanced technologies will be licensed to relevant companies, Israelis or not. Let's talk about agriculture advanced technologies companies. We call them AgTechs, dealing with smart farming. So up to 2021, there is about 515 AgTech companies. They are involved in agriculture advanced technologies. 21 of them are public companies, which means they're trading in the stock exchange market. And 123 dealing in specifically in smart farming, and 28 in robotics. 21 of those AgTech companies source their technology from academic institutes. As I mentioned, you can license technologies, and this is what they do, licensing it from universities or from Volcani Center, and develop based on it the company. Interesting thing is that 96% of the AgTech companies are B2B, which means they're doing business with other companies. They're developing solution for other companies, and not for end user, not for the end farmer's user. So their solution is more, I would say, like more general, and they're not trying to solve a specific problem of specific farmers. These kind of things will be done by the installation companies and the integration companies. 71% of the AgTech companies are fully commercial, and which means the product is in the market and they can sell and they can work. Since 2014, about over $900 million has been invested in agriculture technologies companies. The AgTech compliance is thriving. There is a companies coming every year. They get investment, they get support. And this is how the ecosystem works. So what we have here, we have about six pillars of I would say 6 pillars of Israeli disruptive innovation, and each of them helping to the support of the the Israeli ecosystem to develop advanced technology in the smart farming. So there is the government, as mentioned, all the government support, and there's the R&D investment amount by companies and also by government. There is a multinational corporation that bringing a lot of know-how, and in Israel there is a many multinational companies. Even in agriculture, 8 multinational corporations have R&D center in Israel and dealing with agriculture, including LG in some way or another. There is accelerator of incubators, some government-based or some are private, that dealing with ag-tech companies. There are 7 incubators just for that, very dedicated for that development. And there is a venture capitals that invest money in startups dealing with smart farming technologies. And there are 12 accelerators that support out of 116 dealing with ag-tech startups. And all of these activities, all of those pillars are helping each other, supporting each other to bring more technologies related to smart farming. Government help to integrate these technologies with the current farmers in order to boost the integration, the acceptance of those technologies, and finally make a better smart farming environment in Israel. We don't have much time, so I will just give 1 or 2 examples about advanced Israeli technologies in the smart farming. And this is one of them, Tevel. It's, as you can see, it's a flying robot, flying drones. And the idea is to reduce the labor usage. As we know, fruit picking is a very labor-intense work. And what you see in the photos, those drones picking apples from the trees. So instead of using human, they are using, their solution is to use flying drones, flying robots to do that. They are using few algorithms in order to balance, in order to catch the right apple, in order to understand if it's the right time to pick it or not, according to the colors, according to the size, and it can work 24 hours a day. It's a patent technologies, and that's where the smart farming is going, to make things more robotics, more automated, to reduce the labors, and where young people doesn't want to go, doesn't want to work. Another example is the milking system. A company called MeRobot developed a small robot that can be installed on the current racks that used in any milking plant. It can be connected automatically, and with the 3D imaging and AI technologies, they're finding the right way how to attach to the cow. And after that, there is a cleaning and sanitizing process in all the operation in order to reduce labor cost and qualified worker, which is hard to find. So this machine, again, replacing number of employees. If usually for, as you can see on the photos, 4 workers need for 1 milking cycle. In this machinery, this robot, 1 worker is enough, and even the milking cycle reduced time is for 10 minutes. Yeah, I think that's enough. There is more few companies, and I will be happy to share with you separately if you have any inquiry regarding Israeli smart farming agriculture. If you are looking for finding new technologies, finding collaboration, whether with the companies, whether with a government institute, research institute, please feel free to contact us. You can write in Korean, and we will be happy to, I will be happy, my staff will be happy to help you. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Please give him a big round of applause. So now we have learned cases of Korea and Israel. Hope this presentation help you understand more about smart farming. Now, the first session is all completed and we will have a 20-minute break. Please be seated or join us again online at 3:10, 20 minutes from now, when the second session begins. Thank you for cooperation. Attention, everyone. We're going to soon begin the second session of the 2021 International Symposium on Smart Farming. Those at the symposium, please take your seat, and those participating online, please join us again. I look forward to your active participation in the chat. For the first presentation of the second session, we will learn about smart farming introduction in the Netherlands. The country is very much active in not just smart farming, but also implementing various smart agricultural practices. The Netherlands smart farming policies, institutions will be introduced. Then we will also have a presentation on platinum, on autonomous plant growing technology. First, the Netherlands policy and institution will be introduced by the Kang Ho-jin, artificial agricultural advisor of the Netherlands Embassy in Seoul. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am Kang Ho-jin, the agricultural advisor from the Netherlands Embassy. Today, at this symposium on smart farming, I was thinking about what I could contribute to today's event, and I was thinking about development measures or support measures, but I wanted to go to the very root of the theme. So where should we start developing at the ground level so that we can create a stable ecosystem for smart farming? And also, if we start smart farming now, I think the objective in Korea is changing a bit, and I want to discuss how it will continue to change in the future and what we need to do to go in that direction. So I wanted to discuss that during my presentation. First of all, I'm going to cover the Netherlands and their agricultural food sector. As you know, it is a very small country in Western Europe, and it is as big as Gyeongsang province, and the population is 1/3 of Korea. It is a very small country. As you can see here, there is about 17 million in population compared to 52 million in Korea, and the GDP is 770 million. So if you look at this, you can see they have a very high income relatively. And as I mentioned before, the land is about 1/3 of Korea, and they have small amount of rainfall and sunshine and 4 seasons. I would like to compare the agri-food in Korea and the Netherlands. The Israeli presenter already covered this, but compared to Korea and Netherlands, Israel is relatively small, but it's kind of similar. Although the Netherlands has a smaller land, it takes up 70%, and you can say that the results are similar, the outcomes are similar. We say that the Netherlands is way ahead of the agricultural industry and a forerunner. And I always say there is a huge gap when we compare the two countries. They have 33.8 hectares for farmland, and we only have 1.6 hectares. If it's 1.6 for subsidies, then they receive $1.6 per hectare. If you times 800,000 won to 33.8 hectares, it is much larger than the Korean one. So they have better conditions overall, and they have the environment where smart farm can survive on its own, and that comes from its scale. And you think when you think scale, you think it's owned by corporation, but they are not run by corporations. So looking here, you see that 6-7% of the population operate these farmlands, and you wonder how they manage this. Do we need to get rid of the people on these farmlands to make this happen? But that's not true. If you look at the operations in advanced countries, the smaller population are able to automatically run these farms, and the population automatically decreases. As the population decreases, the farm households are able to possess bigger farmlands to run. And in addition, if you look at the farm incomes, the Netherlands, urban area income and farm income are similar, but in Korea, it's only 60% compared to urban earning. So the younger population prefer urban areas, so there needs to be similar income for the youth to return to the rural areas. So to make that happen, how should we do that? I said that if the yield from each hectare increase, they will return. And one additional fact is, if you look at the statistics, you can see the average age. In the Netherlands, it's 66, whereas the Netherlands is 54. If the parents continue to increase their farmlands, the next generation, 35% of them succeed those farmlands in the Netherlands. But in Korea, it says that is only 10%. So if you are ambitious and continue to increase your farmlands, it eventually leads to your next generation taking over and continuing that business. And that will also lead to increase of income. And one thing I would like to add here is that in the Netherlands, with high population density, they prefer to go to the rural areas for less density, but they still have similar income. So all these facts are linked. And here, what they think is most important is that what I want to emphasize is that we need to expand the farmlands. To give you a brief summary of the agri-food sector in the Netherlands, they take up about, the country is about big as Gyeongsang-do. However, they are the second largest exporter in agri-food products. But if you look at the QS ranking, they ranked first, the Wageningen University, and the GDP, they take up about 8.3% of the GDP. But in Korea, it only takes up about 2%. But if you look at any country, the countries that deal with food, they have problems if that percentage exceeds 5%. So we need to increase these percentage numbers and also increase the added values. And the surplus from trade, 65% of the trade surplus come from agri-food sector in the Netherlands. And you can look at the many different firms that are active around the world. Like I said before, it is the second largest exporter. But if you see here, I mean, America, the US is particularly a continent. But compared to the US, it's ranking second. So we need to think why Netherlands were able to develop this far. We need to listen to how they were able to manage this from this very small piece of land. Right now in the Netherlands, I'm going to go through photos and show you the current situation of agriculture in the Netherlands. If we look at, in the previous presentation, it says if smart farming is 100 in the Netherlands, Korea is 70, but we will see how that actually is. First, I'm going to cover precision agriculture. We don't aim for efficient agriculture. It's not about precision in weeding. It's about increasing the yield. In the past, we used chemical fertilizers to get rid of these weeds and weeded them out. But with advanced technology, we move from chemicals to machineries. That's technology, and that's the way the Netherlands is heading towards. And for the livestock, we have milking robots. I see that there are CEOs from the same field here. This is a very successful case in the Netherlands where they're able to commercialize this technology and adapt it into the actual field. And for manure treatment, people do not need to input their labors to take care of manures. Also for feeding systems, for each different species, depending on their weight, they are given their customized amount of feed. And we have the health checking system. Also, the livestock housings are taking into consideration the climate automatically to control the climate inside. And there's the hatchery automation as well as mushrooms systems. Everything in the Netherlands is pretty much automated, and they are using machineries. And greenhouse smart farm is another one of them, which is being adapted here in Korea as well. And in the past, when we said we're building glass greenhouses, it was done by constructors. But in the Netherlands, it's not considered part of construction. It is used to control the weather. The semi-closed greenhouses have been imported to Korea, and to explain this briefly, this allows you to yield the crops even during midsummer. You can control the climate inside to an appropriate climate and make it cooler. And we used to think in the past that it would be impossible to do anything within the greenhouse because it would be too hot. But there have been evolutions here making things possible. And you all know hydroponics and moving on to vegetable logistic and greenhouses. In Korea, I know that you move all the vegetables, including their roots. Here, climate control is possible in greenhouses as well as open fields. And in case of drones, when there were moths coming into the greenhouses, there would be automated systems to kill them. But here, the drone goes around and targets those moths. And these are very innovative systems, you can see. And I know you're well aware of this biological control system. And they use bumblebees to do the control system. All these new technologies were developed in the Netherlands. As you can see, Netherlands, you can see that the Netherlands have a very cutting-edge smart farm technology, and they are very advanced. We're talking about AI, cloud, and big data, all these different new technologies. I think everybody will cover that. So I want to emphasize, I want to go back to the root of it. To develop agriculture or to develop smart farm, what do we need to do? I think we need to have a foundation first. If we have the foundation, we can use the foundation to create an ecosystem called marketability. And when that is done, we can use a tool called Smart Farm to reach our final goal. So I want to see this entire cycle. And from my point of view, I showed you many different cases of the Netherlands, but to achieve that in Korea, I think that it cannot be done with artificial efforts. There needs to be sufficient marketability. If the farmers say they can't do this anymore and smart farm needs to be implemented right away, that is what I am saying needs to happen. And then we can move on to scale improvement. If there is scale, I'm going to expand on this later on. To expand scale, you need to have machines. And if there is scale, there will be increase in income. People, flora, whatever it is, it depends on the general area. If you have enough space, you need machines to achieve the necessary outcomes and output. And if we achieve that, we can create conditions where farmers can survive. And with that, there will be more demands. And with that, there will be more demand for research and technology, and that will lead to more research and actual technology and research and education and cooperation. I think these 4 factors here are the essential 4 factors needed for smart farm, and that will improve the land size per farm. And then we will achieve marketability. And once the farm income increases, we can use that to get the milking robots or other machineries. So if we have the foundation, we can achieve marketability. And when there is marketability, we can have smart farms. Smart farm is not a goal, it is a tool. I would have to mention 2 things. It's not something I decided on. It's something that was decided on in the Netherlands. We are targeting efficient agriculture and sustainable agriculture. And I'm going to focus more on sustainable agriculture today. Efficient agriculture is increasing the output to its maximum with minimum input. It's to assist the farmers with their labor, to lessen their burden. But sustainable agriculture is what we are talking about now: ESG, eco-friendly, or carbon neutrality, climate change. Something that can substitute these things, the technology or measures. So in Korea, we need to tackle these two problems. I keep mentioning scales, and I'm going to use Netherlands as an example here. Again, the lands weren't very flat in the beginning. You can see how it looked before the Second World War. Each farm had about 3 hectares, so it's quite small. So each farm took care of their own area. That is why they are so small. And I call this land productivity. It's about how much outcome you can yield from your own land. They try to get as much of different crops from the limited land. That's what they used to do, and this is what Korea is still doing. We have #1 places for different crops like rice and livestock such as cows. However, it's just focusing on one thing. That puts burden on the farmers. It's very tough for them in terms of labor. And in a way, there are limitations to how much you can produce in a limited piece of land. So this is a project that Netherlands continued for 70 years. It did not happen overnight. This was the root of what the Netherlands did. They converted from the previous labor-concentrated limited land to labor productivity, not land productivity. But by focusing on labor productivity, they improved their scales, they increased their farmlands, and they focused on fewer crops. So that means they need to implement machines, and that creates an ecosystem. This started in the 1940s, and it's still continuing to this day. And with the increased income by focusing on fewer crops, they started focusing more on ESG, environment, and succeeding their farms to their next generations. When Korea reached GDP of $30,000, we were thinking about ESG, environment, social and government, and climate change. For the younger generation, climate change is the third-ranked topic in their interest. So people are taking more interest in environment and their surroundings. But you should not think that scalability is linked to corporations. I emphasize that once again. This is a graph showing the situation in the Netherlands. The sky blue at the top is urban. Next is land consolidation, and below is agriculture. You can see that half of the agricultural land has been touched with agricultural efforts. They divided their entire land and consolidated them to create a bigger piece of land. You can see it's divided into application, preparation, implementation, and completion. They are focusing not on decreasing the farmland, but increasing. I know Korea's agricultural percentage will fall to 1% eventually, but we need to focus on bringing up the income to the level of urban income. Although the numbers of farmers are decreasing, you can see that the land division number is also decreasing. However, per farm, they have bigger land. To do that, there were numerous discussions. It's not easy to consolidate land. In the 17th century, where the East India Company existed, they focused on cooperation. This is one of the strengths of the Netherlands, and it is something that they do best. And I joined the Netherlands Embassy 13 years ago and became part of the agriculture sector. What they were doing the most at the time was this triple helix policy. And what is this? It is about agriculture not being achieve its goals alone, because government focuses on public, research focuses on knowledge, and the private focuses on profit. So these three parties need to cooperate with each other. It's something that was hammered into my head. If one company succeeds, it does not equal to success to the general agricultural sector. This triple helix policy, where these three-party cooperate, needs to happen for agriculture to succeed. Food Valley is also along the same line. It is a cooperation of food companies. They created this on their own. And it is a cooperation between private sector and research. The young generation just continue to the industrial sector, wanting to become lawyers and wanting to work on different vocations. But they continue in agriculture, they continue to work together, companies, people, farmers, governments, where cooperation is most important. But in Korea, you can see, although they are very competitive, they are not very good at cooperation. You see the World Horti Center here. Korea also uses as a benchmark for their smart farm. Here, the Westland government and the university and companies work together to create this. They have these collaborations to create these great end results. Kenneth Crane is a knowledge circle where farmers get together to discuss knowledge about agriculture. In Korea, they don't do this, but here they discuss it with experts, civil servants, and companies and learn from each other, and that's how they advance. Then, does Korea need to... Why is Korea not good in agriculture when it's good at semiconductors, Samsung, building ships, and all these different industries? Then why is only agriculture falling behind? And I took a closer look, and I know you can see it very well. It is because of social capital. We are ranked in 78th place. Social capital means people in one community working together for a win-win result. I think Koreans are very bad at cooperating. We need to improve our cooperation to advance in agriculture. In the Netherlands, we have a long history, over 70 years, and it's something that Korea can really learn from looking at their history. So although I did not really talk much about smart farms, I talked about how what we need as a foundation and root to create smart farms. And I want to focus on, do smart farms need to only focus on efficient agriculture? That's not true. I'm saying that it needs to be more focused on sustainable agriculture. I move back and forth between these two countries, but social development continues to change. In the past and even now, some societies think religion is the most important. But as we move up, we see societies where they put emphasis on class and social status. And then there are ones that focus more on personal profits. The ones that are corrupt and do not have transparency, they do bad things behind people's back. I mean, food security is one of the things that can be part of that. In Korea, we were focused on national profit, like nationalism and export. But Korea now has developed its democracy and is ranked in the first place in many different areas in Asia. Human rights, welfare, aid is way ahead of what we have imagined. In the past, in Europe, when we had discussions about these three topics, we would just continue in circles and discuss the same thing. But in Korea, you see that there has been more emphasis on animal welfare and rights. You can see Korea managed to catch up to Europe, where they have done it for 400 years, just in 60 to 70 years. In the past, when I talked about sustainability and climate change, people didn't really emphasize with me. But now, the civil society and groups are demanding sustainability. What's difficult in Korea is we want to achieve efficient agriculture, but we also need to answer to the demands of social groups. And also, we cannot ignore sustainable agriculture. So I think we are in the process of reaching that stage of sustainability in society. So I'm saying that there are changes in goals for smart farming. Labor saving for farmers' welfare and improvement of productivity, price competitiveness and export, attraction of young farmers to rural areas is what we need to do for efficient agriculture. But the people are asking for social responsibility, talking about climate change and carbon neutrality, which is related to sustainable agriculture. So we need to keep in mind both of these types of agriculture. And I briefly mentioned carbon neutrality. Agriculture is, a smart farm in agriculture is something that is very close to in achieving carbon neutrality. In Korea, we are in a stage where we need to consider this. To decrease carbon emission, you need to just stop using fossil fuel, less fertilizers and feeds, and not create waste and manures as much. But the Netherlands is focusing on circular agriculture and achieving this. They are able to reuse waste, and by circulating these kind of resources, we are able to create so much more. You have to reutilize water, only provide what's necessary to raise crops. In the past, we would say that it's all for more income, but now we need to think about decreasing water use and achieving carbon neutrality. And that is one of the goals that's becoming one of the goals of smart farming. And also, we need to prevent wasting what has already been produced, such as problems with over-manufacturing, using chemicals, waste coming out of general households. So that is why I'm emphasizing on smart farms. So I have discussed many different things, starting from land to development and smart farm, but one thing I can say for sure is that we need to improve the scales to develop smart farms. Obviously, to increase income, there needs to be some scale. And if there is no market to consider, it is difficult to make any advancements. We need to focus on the cooperation between government, farmers, and researchers, as well as between farmers. And rather than choosing one of efficient and sustainable agriculture, Korea is at a point where it needs to do both. I know it is a big burden, but I can say by going to circular agriculture, it can be done. Thank you. Thank you, Agriculture Advisor Kang Ho-jin, for his presentation. Next, we have Mr. Manuel Medani, the Business Manager of Priva Asia, who will present about Smart Farm Automatic Growth Technology and Plantonomy. Please give him a big hand.
Today, we discovered tomorrow. A sustainable future with answers for a growing and urbanizing world population. Answers to climate change, waning resources, and disrupted supply chains. Answers based on innovative technologies and a clear vision for generations to come. In this rapidly evolving world, our mission is more important than ever, creating a climate for growth, the optimal environment for people and plants using fewer scarce natural resources like energy and water. Our mission makes us sustainable right at our very heart. And our solutions allow our customers to create value and generate a profit. Our goal? To become the leading technology and service provider for the cities of the future. For that, we've invested and learned a lot. It's now time to connect the dots, to help our customers cope with a rising shortage of skilled staff, help them navigate through a world filled with new startups, fast development, and technical hypes, and help them to apply the best available technologies to grow their business with a minimum of risk and hassle. We have a lot to offer. Our open engineering and control platform, our domain knowledge and network, our innovative digital services, and other exciting innovations, which will see the light of day in the coming years. In horticulture, we develop the leading platform for integrated greenhouses. We make it easier for our customers to produce a profitable crop. In building automation, it is increasingly about smart buildings. Buildings that are connected to the individual user and to their environment for better working, better living, and smarter energy. Our new labor automation line, Priva Compano, brings hassle-free crop care to our customer base. Our de-leafing robot is the first of a number of robot applications. Today, we design tomorrow. We are Priva, a family business in which everything revolves around people. We are purpose-driven and committed to our mission, building sustainable solutions which benefit our customers and society. We love technology and how it can help our customers achieve things that seemed impossible before. Together, we have a strong drive to change, improve, and have an impact today and in the long run. We are Priva, and we are playing to win.
Hi everyone, Chanan Manuel입니다. 반갑습니다. Thank you, industry experts, friends, organizers, fellow speakers, particularly distinguished guests, Governor of Jerusalem, fellow speakers of Mafra, Smart Farming Development Plan, Israel. I'm very happy to be here today with you as Priva, and the next presentation will be regarding plantonomy, autonomous way of growing our crops in the future. A technology that we have launched in the United States and Europe a couple of years ago, and now heading towards Korea. Before I get started, a quick introduction about myself. Originating from Breda in the Netherlands, 12 years in Asia, dedicated fully to horticulture, food production, organized Horti-Asia, Horti-Future, and Horti-China, major trade shows where we saw a lot of change, a new technology coming into Asia, and a nice cooperations evolve. Since this year with Priva, and Priva is one of the front runners globally in climate-controlled agriculture, and we now are very happy to pioneer on robotics, new technologies such as today plantonomy. We see the next decade ahead of us as a big climb. So what we do today has impact on what we do tomorrow. For example, today we collect data, and data that will help to develop more technology tomorrow. And you'll see the big climb evolving towards the steps. The big climb that we see ahead of us has also a lot of challenges ahead of us. When we look to lack of skilled staff, we see that more and more happening in Asia, where people are more moving into urban areas and cities, that skilled staff has no interest to work in a greenhouse or on a farmland. Like every part in the world, one of the biggest problems. Climate change in the middle is one of the most unpredictable drivers today, which is leading to 50% harvest loss of open field farmers. And yet we've seen it everywhere. Climate change has a big impact on what we do. A healthy way of living. We see during the pandemic that consumers, zillennials and millennials, have changed their appetite to a more healthier diet. And you see an increase of plant-based, but also leafies and other healthy products. And of course, while progressing in time, the world population is increasing to new heights, and technology should be embraced to help that. What I want to highlight today is these problems are not resolved by an individual company. These problems are resolved by an industry and by working together. And we see that cities that don't have access to food or closely food supply within their green belts will be challenged more and more. And luckily, we see also the rise of indoor growing. And indoor growing, a complementary part is how we see it of greenhouses to get food available within cities and reducing that unsustainable way of getting food in trucks, airplanes, warehouses, cold chain, and eventually to shelves, where it has lost all its quality. So we foresee that the future food chains are definitely within cities and cooperating with cities to have that access. The most populous area in the world is here, is on this side of the world, particularly in Southeast Asia, but also in Korea, China, and Japan. As cities will evolve, challenges also will rise to have access to food. And while taking into account that all the climate change issues, lack of skilled staff, water scarcity, this is one of the most interesting regions, but the most challenged regions in the world. which means that we need to act today to make changes happen. And we should have embraced change a long time ago, but yet we cannot postpone things anymore. And now we've seen it everywhere else, where climate change really is impacting communities and cities that don't have access to food belts, food hubs, indoor farms, greenhouse areas, greenhouse hubs will be challenged with more and more floods. So food incorporation in cities today is becoming vital, and it's a very important part that we have that in our planning from first stages to create food belts closer to cities. We see a very long way ahead of us, but a very exciting way. Technology will enable us to make new summits all together. And by working together, we'll be able to do a lot of nice things. 2021 is that data-driven growing is becoming a fact, and even all industries are adopting to collect their data for the next steps. Now we see investors looking way far ahead to create that radical change on the peak of the mountain, where we have the technology to create grid-based growing. And grid-based growing is something that's ahead of us in this decade, but says we can grow food anywhere and everywhere as long as we have data and we control the environment. Technically, it's true. We are able to grow food everywhere, but we need to have that technology advancement to make that happen. So in stage one is data-driven growing, collecting data. Stage two is more learning about the crop and the crop growing recipes. As seed companies will develop more recipes digitized, that data can be used in a climate control computer or a control computer of a greenhouse to determine the steps of the crop. Later, that data can be plugged and play in various other parts of the world where you can have a simulation of a crop that's growing inside your greenhouse. So simulation-based growing is enabled by big data. And then eventually we'll head up to grid-based growing when we have met all those steps and all those challenges and summits ahead of us. One of the most challenging and the most interesting parts that I've enjoyed in the last 24 months is that the pandemic made investors targeting the food industry. It's been very popular that investors from all economies like oil and gas and other parts of the world are focusing on Southeast Asia and East Asia to invest in food supply chain. Biggest population, all indicators goes to the right way. It's a safe bet, but it's a very much appreciated gesture that we are investing in food supply chain to ensure food safety, but also food security that are ahead of us. So an increasing demand, as you also see in behavioral change of consumers, will continue to rise. Yet when we have a greenhouse, we have defined all the aspects that we can actually digitize. We're talking about flower development, the fruit size, using AR technology for that, disease pressure, irrigation strategy, targeting specific places that need to be irrigated at that time instead of flooding water through irrigation valves, monitoring yield and labor forecasts, and having a very constant temperature, a smooth climate for a plant to evolve in. And digitizing those key insights becomes a very key part that we need to do today and cannot be changed when we progress. As I've said, it's a team effort to resolve a big challenge, a big way ahead of us. We need to work together, and that's why Priva has launched the Open Platform, an open cloud platform where we can enable other technology developers to extend their technology and synergize all the technology together, making a bigger impact. 2 weeks ago, we launched at the Green Tech in Amsterdam the robot called Compano. And Compano is the de-leafing robot that takes off the heavy duty of de-leafing tomato greenhouses. Labor intensive, and of course nobody wants to do it. A necessary job, and the Compano can take over that important task. And this is also a group effort developed by many stakeholders and also plugged in today's platform. So an open platform looks kind of like this. The most important part is the first layer, is the lower balls on the lower part, where we have climate systems, energy systems, and energy is a big driver of costs of producing a profitable crop, irrigation systems, labor systems, crop and harvest devices, robotics, as you've seen, but also wireless sensors. And the wireless sensors cannot be left out because they provide crucial data that will enable and help the control to do its job for plantonomy. A vital part that will help growers to take control through cloud-based services and autonomous service in later stages. So the first part is a very important one before it actually goes into data. Then we're talking about the climate systems. You need to have a fixed climate system that can help you collect that data about the climate. Energy system is very key because we need to know how much energy is being consumed at which part of the day, in which season, to have that data. Irrigation is, watering the plants need to be very specific, and also that data is becoming very relevant. So you see the data collection by controls is becoming vital to enable everything else. Without making big investments, we believe that farmers should be provided easy access to wherever they are and whenever they grow something, because we don't believe in making huge investments to have autonomous growing. And why should we make huge investments while we can have software as a service, as it is applied in many industry, a great proof of concept that everyone has access to grow a profitable crop in the future, with or without the lack of experts or skilled staff, will be able to do more computerized and digitized. For instance, Operator. Operator is a service that will help growers to modify their settings without being at the greenhouse, without being on the site. And yet they can control their EC values, the temperature, the climate settings, and much more. Very exciting, but usually growers need to go to the greenhouse, check the control computer, and be hours underway, while now it's just being done remotely. And also multiple greenhouses can be combined on one operator. You'll see that more in a bit. Alarms are very vital because if you're too late, you might lose quality of a crop. And with alarms, we can set settings that the computer takes actual actions when the alarm goes off. And so the quality is ensured of growing that profitable crop. And today's subject is plantonomy. And plantonomy is when we have collected all the data from Operator and the plant's biorhythm from a growing recipe. We combine it together, we can create a very nice service that is accessible through a cloud. And that's very remarkable because not more investments need to be done. But first, we cannot go there because Operator is a vital part of it to also determine what you are doing in a greenhouse. And Operator looks kind of like this. We see weather can be controlled, various compartments, so various parts of the greenhouse can have a different climate. Let's say you grow strawberries in one, in the other one you grow tomatoes. The dashboard gives you control and insights to modify those settings and also collect that data to understand the cycle, the growth cycle, and the growing recipe of the crop. All the data is coming together at the dashboard, and conveniently everyone has access to this, and you can even share access with other parties to also modify settings. Customizable dashboards, this means as well you can add the features that you see ahead to actual greenhouses and pictures to see where that setting is actually related to, giving you a visualization of what it means, and a customizable dashboard. Nothing can be enabled without data, and the data becomes very important. That's why we have also involved wireless sensors. And wireless sensors are important because wirelessly they collect data without even a harsh installation process or battery life or signal span. Wireless sensors of Priva IronNet are plug and play, send data to the control. That data is being used and being recalculated. And those wireless sensors can give data of every corner of your greenhouse, which, is in today's practice super accessible to have that data collection. It's affordable and easy to install. Again, low maintenance cost. Sensors, we weren't the first one, but at this level, it's that easy for everyone to work on such sensors. What you will get of a very nice control, cloud services, is more reports and more intelligence about your crop and its biorhythm. So not only are we working on operator alarms and sensors, Plantonomy is being enrolled in the US. We also have a dashboard for grower intelligence and reports. And you see also in development the crop cycle manager, vision technology. More and more developments are being done in the cloud by making it easier for newcomers to get into the industry and not more difficult as we have done for so long. We believe this is the right way, and people can actually learn by data and by doing, not riding a bicycle by reading a book, but actually see what they're doing and see in real life what's happening in the greenhouse. We finally arrived to Plantonomy. Plantonomy is when we have collected stages of data and we have done certain things, we know the growing recipe of the plant, we can actually digitize it to predict the next steps and also take out the human aspect of growing. How it today looks like is like this. The grower looks at this plan of the greenhouse and see his crop is performing under stress or not according to plan. On the other side, he has his data. Priva observer says operator is doing this, and the grower is focusing on data and still needs to check whether the plant goes growing to the right way. We continue doing two tasks, and there is still a human aspect of assessment of whether that is correctly done. The assessment for operator, of course, vitally because you need to check whether it's performing well. So what is the next step, and how can we make it much more easier for a grower to take out that human aspect? Today, you'll see, a lot of the automation cycle is being automated by a Priva control computer, such as the Connect. It extracts reports and data, and you can assess it. And so the grower's role is to actually keep looking at the crop. It's also to check whether everything goes right. He needs to set up the settings and still needs to do things on that interface manually, and then decides upon a strategy. The first step to what we've done with an open platform is to succeed on that reports and Excel and data that you see below with intelligence. Create an intelligence dashboard of what actually is being going to the growing biorhythm of the plant and the growing recipes, and then inform that to the grower and assess it for him, which means we have progressed already one step, making it easier for the grower that his data is being assessed and giving him the right input. The next step is that the grower still needs to decide upon the data and the computer strategy. And yet, now, with autonomous growing, we have taken that last part out, that plantonomy can decide upon that grower's anticipation and replaces the human assessment for him, which makes now that the whole chart is optimized without wrong assessments, wrong judgments, but based on the grower intelligence part and plantonomy. That recycles the whole chart to be optimized. So the grower can focus now not on smaller aspects, but on a bigger picture and a bigger group of facilities. So he can basically do more. Within plantonomy, we'll be able to predict now consistent yields, easier to meet, targets, which are very important. One grower, which previously was focused on one greenhouse, can now do more than 10 or 20 greenhouses up to the grower's skill level. The system always used the most sustainable energy sources, water use, and he doesn't uptake too much than he actually needs. So the system bears in mind the input of energy is being used and reduce it to a minimum or a most efficient point, and he doesn't overuse it too much like humans sometimes would have done. And you'll see the ventilation cycles. You also see it's plantonomy pretty much takes over the decisions of the crop that the grower has done manually, now automatically. Yeah, and when everything is done, it's no rocket science anymore. Things have been digitized, things have been optimized. Now we can predict yields, production, water uptake, energy, and the data will keep us assuring that we have something to forecast, and becomes much more easier with plantonomy to predict what's going on. Eventually, the call to actions from 60,000 settings in the greenhouse have been brought to only 2. And those 2 settings is either the vegetative state or generative state. And it's become that easy to automate a greenhouse. And who cannot grow a crop at these stages when things have been that digitized, that automated, that it can be fully run autonomously. One of our role model growers in the Americas, which takes on 170 greenhouses by himself with the support of plantonomy, making sure all the cycles and all the assessments are done the right way, and his life is becoming much easier, and an entrepreneur can do much more than normally done. But bear in mind that we would have had so many growers needed to operate these 170 greenhouses, and now only a person can do the job. Which, analysis and performance of all crop, he'll get on his dashboard what's being done, so it's for him easier to assess all the locations and make sure things are developing the right way. But there's still a human aspect to it, that he gets these reports and still is involved in the growing process. But 98% of things have been taken over by a smart control, the Connect, and by an easy access service point, plantonomy, and yet things have not been costing more money, but becoming more conveniently. The growing intelligence dashboard looks kind of like this. You'll see the plant growth, how it's being developing with water, light efficiency, when things are being put in perspective with growth. And you can easily put the crop cycle of longer history and track when yields are at best and when yields are a bit lower. So these things have are visually available for growers. You can check all his crops, analysis, recipes, and everything else. So smart dashboard allows him to control the whole plant on his biorhythm, where it grows well according to the recipe and the biorhythm. Would you invest more money? Do you need additional equipment? Can you do more with less? The answer is very simply said, yes. You do not need to buy an extra machine or an extra control. It's simply done with connecting to a package on subscription basis, and Plantonomy becomes basically a service. And a service you can have access to at any time with any greenhouse you have on site 1 or site 2, and it doesn't cost you much more, which helps you to do more with less. But most interesting part is you do not need to invest tens of thousands of dollars into a system. Easy integrated, simple step, and cloud is ready. It's the connection that matters, and the connection needs to be very stable with an internet control, but all the call to actions are quite simply to follow. The Priva connected package involves operator alarms and Plantonomy. And then it's basically we're heading and progressing on our steps towards grid-based growing simply by offering Plantonomy as a service to Korean growers in local language Korean, and we'll be able to do much more remotely with very little people. Thank you everyone for your attention. I'm happy to take upon questions or connect with me if you want to brainstorm or talk about a certain subject. I'm happy to help you forward. Without further ado, this was my presentation, and thanks again for having me. I hope it inspired you.
Yes, let's give him another round of applause. From the cases of Korea and Israel to the Dutch smart farm policy, the presentation allowed us to understand the current status of smart farms and smart agriculture promoted by various countries. I would like to express my gratitude to the two presenters one more time. With the given presentation, I am very curious about what our various experts from the academia and government think. The following third session, we prepared an expert panel discussion. Professor, we will have the panelists up on the stage. This is the third session, the panel discussion. Professor Hyun will be our moderator. And starting from the left, we have Professor Son Jung-ik from Seoul National University, researcher Han Gil-soo from Rural Development Administration, and agriculture advisor Kang Ho-jin from the Dutch Embassy. Now I will hand over the mic to the moderator. Yes, I am Professor Yeohyun from Suncheon University. The four presenters today did an in-depth presentation today, and it gave us much to think about regarding Korean agriculture and introduced us to different countries such as Israel and Netherlands. It was very meaningful. And during the rest of the time that we have, we will have a panel discussion to reorganize our thoughts and to think about a way forward. I think there will be much comments regarding that, and there will be discussion among our experts here up on the stage, and we will also have time to get questions from the audience. First, I would like to get some comments from Professor Sun Jung-ik regarding our previous presentations. I will give you 10 minutes to share your opinions. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Song Jung-ik from Seoul National University. I came here today and had lots to think about while watching the presentations, and I would like to share my thoughts with you. First of all, regarding our national policies, it was discussed during the presentation, but Korea, we talk about equipment, device, agriculture, smart agriculture, but that is not the way we have evolved up till now. Since 1990s to 2010, that was the period where it was most difficult, like for more than a decade, for these kind of equipment agriculture, because we were more focused on other parts of agriculture, such as organic or other parts. There were, let's say, 140 equipment companies for agriculture, and later there would only be 20. So it was a very difficult time. And despite that very struggling time we had, we came to the present day, and I think we are looking at a brighter future now. So we are discussing how to accelerate in smart farming, and it is something we have to do. Of course, there have been other countries have been developing in this part gradually. However, we did not have that chance, so we are falling behind. However, there are different opinions from different viewpoints, from looking from the inside and the outside. So although we might be lagging behind, I think we have made some progress, but there has been some challenges in linking those achievements that we have made to the overall way that we are making to the future. So discussing the fourth industrial wave, we have mentioned these kind of network farming. And although we say Korea is a very advanced country technologically, Mafra is trying to implement that with a systematic approach. So we have very logical approaches and practical measures in place. From phase 1 to phase 3, we have phased approach for smart farming using AI, big data, and other advanced technologies. So I think we are on the right path, but the problem is with the level of where we at. Is it acceptable in the international arena or just in the domestic market? those are questions that I have. And we discussed Israel and the Netherlands. Especially Israel, it's a very small country, and although despite their disadvantages compared to Korea, they have made grand leaps in advancement, and that was possible because of their selection and focus on those selected areas. And the Netherlands, they showed the cutting-edge technology that they have available in agriculture, and also discussed how the simulators are determining what people are thinking in farming. So we need to look back on what we are doing and what we should do. That's some questions I have, and it's a question that we all should ask. And I think you all feel the same way. The Dutch presentation mentioned triple helix policy. In this different policies, when it's implemented, it is for some sort of profit. And for there to be profit, there need to be propositions. I think it would be better for us if there was a clearer plan for that. And what are some measures that we can make in dealing with difficulties? We need to think about where we are with technology, because depending on different generations, we all had to deal with different technology. For some people, they're comfortable going straight to phase 3, but some are more comfortable with phase 1. So we need to take a phased approach. And another thought that I had is a balanced approach. I am more focused on plants, and the government is anticipating about 1,000 hectares by 2027. So we're planning all these different facilities for agriculture by 2027. So we need to resolve issues between farmers and other stakeholders within agriculture to reach that point. I think for mid and long term, we have many things that we can do, but right now, we need to think about some solutions that we can implement at this point. And regarding eco-friendly farming, there are some trade-offs. We need to, if we focus on productivity, we need to give up on other things. So while listening to the presentation, I asked myself, and I would like to ask you now, at this point, for me, smart farm policies and development is something we cannot avoid. We have limited amount of land, and we are a peninsula. If we don't have natural resources, we need other resources, and we need human resources, utilize it. So unless we totally give up on agriculture, we need to move on to this new path, and that is smart agriculture, smart farming. It's not just about doing our best, but doing well while doing our best. Especially in the international society, Priva presented about greenhouses, in standalone systems, in those are advancing to networks, and they came up with the new concept of plantonomy. And I think some of the orders in the agricultural world is changing, and Priva is doing their best to be at the forefront of that race. If they had some weaknesses, if we had some weaknesses in the past, we have our strengths such as IT. So how can we utilize this opportunity to our benefit? That is something we need to think about. We need systematic approaches. The Dutch World Horti Center is pursuing this. It may look very simple. They have their system in place. It's all working well. They have agricultural universities, other educational institutions, and their educational system is well in place. So how can we make ours simple and well to implement it? Also about farmlands, about its scales. How are we going to do that, achieve that? It's something that we also need to discuss. And in the end, what we are pursuing is efficiency in the domestic market and competitiveness in the international arena. So I mean, smart farming is based on IT, so there needs to be a system where we can provide general low-cost packages to our farm households. Our approaches need to be more clear, and our general purpose needs to be clear. Then I think we will all have a better understanding and be able to achieve the advancement.
Professor Son, and he's just delivered his comments about the previous presentations. We are facing some challenges, but this can turn into an opportunity. We were happy with efficiency in the past, but we cannot really beat the race by just doing our best. Then what is the direction for us? This is something we should think about, and this is a way to survive in this competitive landscape. So now let me hand over my microphone to Han Gil-soo from RDA. So we discussed a lot of things about smart farming, but he will deliver his opinions about the outdoor growing. We are expecting a lot of projects here in Korea too. What the characteristics of the outdoor growing, and he will also give us a presentation on the upcoming outdoor growing projects too. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Han Gil-soo, a researcher from Rural Development Agency. Smart farming, this term was coined in 2014 at our engineering department. Food produce, insects for foods. So these are included under the umbrella of smart farming 2019, I moved to the Food Science Institute, and now I realize that people are using the term digital farming. We have this urge to move to this digital farming, but outdoor farming is still at the stage of smart farming. Unlike controlled agriculture, outdoor growing has differences. We have our own difficulties. When you look at the controlled agriculture, there are things that can be controlled, but outside, there are not much you can do about it. And the size is larger. There are too many measurements you need. That's some of the difficulties we have. So today I'd like to talk more about what's happening outside the controlled environment. Smart devices, agricultural equipment should be explored whether they can be applied for outdoor farming. The technologies that can be used immediately, those can be still at the research stage. These should be categorized before being implemented in agriculture. So what is the outdoor smart farming? The difficulties with controlled agriculture was there was no standardization. Standardization started later, and we have achieved a certain level of standardization. So I think standardization is the first initiative that we had to tackle. Starting 2020 until 2023, we have a site in Kwesan, Andong. This site is for apples. So we have built a smart village. This is nothing like usual smart farms. We have developed the agricultural promotional group, so we can help the local farmers can be self-resilient. What I felt while listening to the presentation, I'd like to make 3 suggestions. So I think we need a foundation, and also we have the needs for data collection. Sites for the outdoor smart farming is about like they need some foundation work for this 500 hectares. And some of these farmlands, individual ownership is partially recognized. So 53 farmers share the land. It is really difficult to scale up smart farming in these conditions. So if the farmland is located in the boundaries, so workable area will be minimized. So this is something we need to think about. And then we are mostly about field agriculture. There are a lot of stones to be sorted out in the field. But when we started our projects in the beginning, we just installed sensors with stones in place, so we had the difficulties. So outdoor smart farming, we have to use the shredders to remove the rocks in the first place. We have sorting machines, but this cannot be applied with into our projects. There are some shredders that can break large stones into smaller pieces. And it's outside. We lay hoses 40 centimeters below the earth. And we use the equipment with wheels, so eventually the finer finishing is not even. So maybe we should replace this tool with something else without wheels. For the drip irrigation, we use electricity, so it will be easily affected by rain or humidity in the air. There is a risk of electric shocks, and there is a technology that prevents it. So I think these technologies should be introduced as a basic elements of outdoor farming. Also for drip irrigation, we need at least a year to make it work. But farmers, they are not much very patient. They want to use it right away and grow crops right away. But when you think about the nature of these plants and these hoses, water may just come out of soil. So we need a certain period of time to make this equipment well adjusted to the soil. So the first year is really difficult. We made a huge investment, but the yields are smaller than the usual. So for outdoor farming, I think we need to be more patient. When it comes to the environmental analysis, we use climate data. So the data is not 100% accurate. The error, there can be a 1 kilometer to 1.5 kilometer error. But we also have precision climate data, which uses like 30-meter degrees for higher accuracy. So if we want to use this technology, we have to pay about like $112 per year. So this cost can be quite burdensome on some people. Sensors, sometimes we have to lay the cable underground, and this can also affect the growth of the plants. So when you first design your farmland, you need to consider these things too. Since the land size is quite large, it's really difficult to install wired sensors. So these days, people are more reliant on wireless sensors. And these wireless sensors use unidentified frequencies. For example, the servers are located outside the country. At this moment, one seven three 424 427 megahertz. These are the government allowed frequencies. So please make sure you refer to this list. And if you want to transmit a video, you need to use 2.4 hertz. So it may cost some money. Growth data and database. So we need to deploy the database, but actually farmers cannot really measure growth. If you want to observe and measure the data, there should be a dedicated team of people. Many experts come and give us an advice, but the perspectives from the experts and the expectations from the farmers are very much different. For farmers, they care more about the production yields. Experts, they want to understand how the plants grows in what kind of conditions. So farmers suggested that they want more, site-specific advice. We also developed a production distribution system. We don't have a system to measure how many products are introduced and how many products are shipped. So when the retail receipts are pictures of the retail receipts are taken, the coordinates and the related data can be also captured to be unloaded onto the database. If we have that kind of system, we can immediately identify the grade of this product and the origin quite easily. That will be great. And thirdly, farmers always say this. Farmers want to have a business model with enterprises. When you look at overseas cases, in Africa, there is a case of Milana farmers. There is a village where only old people live. They hire a new person and send this person to a village, a rural village, to actually do farming. And the produce will be provided back to this company. And these young people from a large corporation will go to this village filled with old people, and this young person can revitalize the rural activity. So this is a model, but farmers say this is a model we know, but what if we can really actually implement it in reality? I have so many questions. If we just take pictures and turn it into data without typing any data manually, this is something we want to do. The population in rural villages are aging and their digital literacy is very low. So if we can have a system that can entirely rely on photos turning into data, that will be awesome. So what I'm doing here is delivering the comments or messages from the rural village people. I also have some authority in deciding the policies, but I like to deliver the voices of the people, the rural people, and reflect into the policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Researcher Han Ge-soo talked about issues that you have in open field farming and what needs to be available for the aging population. So that is a bigger area than controlled farming, and I think the government is going to continue to invest in this area, and there will be more developments in technology. And also with our ICT technology converts, I think we have a bright future ahead of us. Let's continue to our agricultural advisor, Mr. Kang Ho-jin. I want to hear about what his other thoughts are regarding his presentation and what's going on in the Netherlands. Earlier, I talked about more official things, and now I would like to go into some more personal matters. I've been with the Netherlands Embassy for 13 years. I think you can hear some stories you won't be able to hear anywhere else. I mean, I looked at both countries and I see the huge gap between the two. How can we bring the experience from Europe to Korea to be of assistance in smart farming here? What I want to say in advance is there is no advanced country without developed agriculture. So Korea should never let go or give up on agriculture. So with the help of increased income in agriculture, we will be able to hit $45,000 GDP per capita. And the second thing I would like to talk about is, although we are focused on semiconductors for mobile phones, it can be done if you're smart. I feel that wherever I look, why are we so good at making semiconductors for phones when we face difficulties in agriculture? After the Korean War, during the 70 years, we accomplished the unprecedented miracle of Han River. But if you look at other advanced countries, they have like over 400 years of history. But in Korea, that history is only 70 years. While I was working 13 years in the embassy, hardware, it's easy to catch up. But software, it takes much longer. And the mindware, it takes the longest. Electric and hardware, I mean, it's all good, but you can see that the awareness in people are not catching up to that advanced technology. And for agriculture, I don't know how to phrase it, but I would say the Dutch technology, it's not up to par with Koreans, but you can see that Korea's hardware is the best around the world, and we are such diligent people, but we are not fit for agriculture because you need to be mature. People need to be mature. Their mind needs to be mature. So I keep saying this word, mindware. It's something I felt when I saw these Dutch people. They are so good at cooperating. I mentioned this earlier. Agriculture has continued for thousands of years within families, and moving those families together with governments. So although Korea is advancing at an unprecedented speed, we can see repetitions happening, and everything is integrated when we make approaches. I saw a question that came up on YouTube about upgrading the scales. Ultimately, companies need to invest to get that scale, but in the Netherlands, that's not true. There aren't any firms or companies. They all started with cooperatives. If pork or selling other agricultural product, I mean, you can see that it is a virtuous circle that's happening in the industry. In the past, if you look at like what's happening in the US or the new continent, the global conglomerates, the Dutch were worried whether they can compete as cooperatives with these large companies. But the corporates were set up for each sector in the agriculture industry, and after 10 years there were more corporates. But for them to be competing with companies, they need a very high level of cooperation. They should not fight amongst themselves and find a way to cooperate. But can Korea do that? I think recently we are moving ahead quite quickly. Our civil awareness, people's awareness, I think we'll get there in time. However, if we are trying to shorten the procedure, that would not be ideal. We are all rushing to get to the level of advanced countries in agriculture and its technologies, but compared to semiconductor industry, where we are leading the world, you can see it's all done by conglomerates. You can see the Korean word chaebol in the Oxford Dictionary. The reason that it was able to go into the dictionary is because one organization does everything. They have everything in it because it's hard to cooperate. There are limitations in cooperations. So we have these conglomerates with research centers, all these different departments that is needed. So they don't have to go through the difficulties of coordinating and cooperating. So that's like a second best solution. But for farmers to have their best interests and participate in agriculture, they need to be involved in the cooperatives and actually cooperate. Obviously, companies can invest and make it happen, but I don't know if that will be enough to reach the level of the advanced nations. What I agree with what's being done in the European agri-food sector is that when young farmers want to be involved in agriculture and start businesses, I'm happy that there are incubators to support them. And I think Israel did that a lot. And I don't know, I think that is a way to approach in Korea. And another point is that for research and education, there needs to be integration. And for research, like I mentioned before, I mentioned the triple helix policy. There needs to be cooperation and support from each other. If the farmers need to cooperate with RDA and government and people, we shouldn't just follow the government. It needs to be a more mature model. So we need to take more interest because Korea is making advances swiftly. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very easy yet difficult task, but we can still make our effort to make it happen. So the collaboration and cooperation, mutual trust should be the foundation. But it's actually it's quite difficult to work with others in Korea, and mutual cooperation seems a bit difficult too. That's why you pointed about the chaebol case. So co-ops should be formed on a voluntary basis that will foster more cooperation among people, voluntary organizations or gatherings. And we have Choi Myung-chul, Chief Agri-Industry Policy Division of MAFRA. If you have any comments or opinions you want to share, please don't hesitate. I understand you're very busy, and thank you for spending your time with us. And I think we can rely on your insights today. Thank you for your presentation and comments. The biggest challenge for Korea, from our perspective, is the farming population and doing smart farming with them. There are equipment providers, service providers, ICT companies that work with farmers. But how can we connect them organically? That's the question. When we do survey control agricultural farmers, they say they have a standalone independent system to control data and analyze data. But as Kang Ho-jin pointed out, this data is not shared with enterprises. They are not interconnected. But if we can combine all together, we can develop technologies. But data is still remain with farmers. Service providers are developing many different technologies. For example, pest control, when they expect a pest, they can just make a forecast based on pictures, like the probability of having a pest in a certain season. So we have such AR system, but they are not provided to farmers yet. So there are companies out there which can provide pest control. They have a great potential, but farmers are not aware that there are such companies, and there also we have issues with accuracy. The companies they become reluctant to provide the service, and they cannot provide the service free of charge. So the biggest issue we have is collecting data, connecting the dots, sharing it with each other, and making work. So we added this into our next year's project plans to ensure farmers can have access to shared data platform. As you pointed out, large companies are based on manufacturing of agriculture equipment, but the technology haven't made much advancement yet. The outcome of technological development should be directly related to what farmers need, like demand-driven, something that actually help out our farmers in farming. But technological development itself is very slow-paced, and they do not really meet the demand or needs of farmers. And we are still looking for solutions to address these issues. In addition to this, infrastructure, fostering younger farmers, data connections, the government is working on some solutions. But to make it successful, these solutions should be implemented by farmers. And the central government alone cannot do this. Municipal governments should come up with their own plans to implement smart farming in a systematical way. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief Choi Myung-chul. We really appreciate your opinion. So we need to collect data and share data. So that's also part of the government plan. Research and development should respond to the needs of the farmers. On these talking points, any other opinions from our panelists? Maybe Professor Seo?
For me, I mentioned this earlier. I think it's connected to what I said before. The level of technology, where it is what will be crucial. We need to be clear of the target of development. Will it be for just domestic markets, or will it be for export, or will there be a developer that will come in and also be charged of supply? I think we need to make those things clear. So we need to have a more definite guideline. In case of Israel, there are clear guidelines for subsidies, such as is it a new technologies or not, is it within 8 years or not. If there is such kind of clear guideline, I think that will be very helpful. And another thing from what the agricultural advisor said is are the conglomerates coming in to yield the crops, or are they coming in to develop the technology for that? That's two different things. Looking at the Korean situation, the R&D in conglomerates can develop hardware, softwares, and export it. And if that cannot be done from the conglomerates, I think we should take the approach of the co-ops. And there is the issue of smart farms. I don't think they're not just a tool. We are not just about selling and exporting crops. Korea needs to export the technology for software and hardware as well. And for smart farms, we are still in the developing phases. So I think that we need to take both approaches for that topic. And lastly, what our chief said from MAFRA, the Innovation Valley is going well, but it would be great if there's like a World Heritage Center that controls everything, but it is not easy to apply that here. So there needs to be support from the government. I don't know what that is at this point, but for national funds, there needs to be some overview so that we can focus on specializing things locally. Thank you. The Innovation Valley you mentioned is something that was tried for the first time in Korea, and it is a very innovative project. When I do lectures for underdeveloped countries, I am caught off guard because they want to look at a very big complex, large-scale complexes. So they think everything's automated and one control center controls everything. But the Smart Farm Innovation Valleys is something that is still in development, and we have not everything in place. I think it will be available end of this year. I think we need to have those facilities ready for foreigners. To have that in place, we need to have different features for each innovation valley, but also it needs to be standardized, and the mechanisms need to be very clear so that they know what happens with just one push of a button. The general frame needs to be controlled and organized by the government, I think. All the different departments and local governments and the local farms right now are all working separately, and I don't think that should be the case. They need to be more close-knit and cooperate with each other. And from the audience, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hands and ask questions.
Smart farm companies in Korea, I'd like to give some advice for their growth. When I visited Priva, I was surprised It's like a automobile like shop. Robots are not there, just one engineer controlling and assembling climatic system all alone by him. So the control of weather actually the agricultural weather system is such a small market for such companies involved in this area. You need to target the global market to make a profitable business. So when you think about the automobile business, you develop like small number of models, but the production volume is large. But when it comes to agriculture, once you install equipment, it lasts very, very long time. So if you just think about the agriculture market, you can survive. But if you want to be successful in the business realm, then you have to make your technology attractive. You have to target both the home market and the international market. And I think if we want to support the Korean tech companies, agricultural tech companies, we need some level of foundation here in Korea to use it as a foundation to make a leap forward in the international market, to help them become an international company. I think they need to develop technology that goes beyond a certain limitation to be recognized in the international level, in the international market. But if they can't do that, their business will remain as a small business. So this is something I can provide as an advice to the local tech companies in Korea. So if you go to the Netherlands, 99% of the greenhouses are greenhouses made of glass. So I understand they have leadership in agriculture. So we have a small population here in Korea, but we have much advanced technology when it comes to smartphones and mobile. Everyone has a smartphone, and our phones are subsidized. So a lot of people often changed their phones. So I think that's also stimulate the growth of the business. Some concern was raised that if we retract these subsidies and the smartphone industry will be affected, but this became an opportunity for the smartphone companies to look beyond the domestic market to go international. So I don't think it's possible for local tech companies just to sell their technologies outside Korea. I think they need to grow in the Korean market first. But we cannot really force farmers to use these local agricultural technologies. But we need to have some technologies that can actually improve the income level of the farmers that will naturally boost these companies. So if we can really actually achieve some level of cooperation and integration combined with the original capabilities of our companies, I think this can happen. We need to provide certain conditions to help them grow. Well, these companies are very small, so they have a lot of difficulties such as financing and providing tech support and legal issues. So they have only like 5 to 6 people, but we need to provide a system to help them expand their market to the global market. I visited also Priva because we had an MOU with them. They also expressed their intention to work with Korean companies. Priva is one of the leading companies like globally. I wondered why, but I think still foreign companies have interest in working with good companies in Korea. This is something cannot be done at the private level, but if with the push from the government, this will be helpful.
What is urgently needed on site at the field is when we are going in our cars, we can see the price of the service available in gas stations. The farming households that want to implement smart farms are asking what is available, what machinery, what kind of technology. I mean, there is nothing available in Korea right now. We don't know where to register. If there is a service available where they can look up all these information, I think we can make that happen in Korea, benchmarking on other examples from different countries. If the farms can make this kind of, if they can have this kind of access, I think we can make it much easier for them. Standardization is easily achieved, but where do we go from there? To spread the smart farm, I don't think it will be easy to go any further from there if it's not properly implemented. These days, we have AI analysis available real time, but the reason farms do not use this is because the maintenance cost is too high. Annually, the operation cost is hundreds of millions of won. That's too much of a burden for farms. So there needs to be some solutions in this regard. And I'm also focused on research administration and pilot projects. And I also have been to the Innovation Valley, to the task force. When I try to relay the voices from the farms and let them know we face obstacles, if we start, I think it would be best if we start small, go step by step. Thank you for your comment. You were listening to our discussions director. You have been involved with smart farming from the very beginning. Do you have any comments? From the prospect from control horticulture, we've looked into this. Like mentioned before, we need scale. But 85% of the farms are 0.5 hectares. So how can we take the steps to improve this? It's not just about increasing the controlled horticulture. It's not easy to do. From Mafra's point of view, what they're trying to do is, if there are farms that are owned privately, and if the farms can somehow coordinate and cooperate and consolidate it to bring it up to scale, then we can install the infrastructure like roads. That can be done by the government. And we can build greenhouses and necessary facilities. Then we believe we can make improvements. And if it's a good idea to nurture this kind of scaled farm households, however, it costs about 10 billion won to achieve 4,800 pyong farmlands, and the entire process of getting the credits without collateral takes too long. Usually urban populations come to the rural areas with 300 to 400 million wons, but an investment of 1 billion won is needed to actually make income. And they will stay in the rural areas if they can actually create that income. And for that to happen, there needs to be loans available. And there aren't many people who have 300 to 500 million won. And if they don't have collateral, they can never get 1 billion won. And if they don't have actual facilities or farmlands, nothing can work. We need to create some kind of system where they can reinvest, where farmhouses build greenhouses and where they can yield for 5 years. And if they, right now, if they stop after 5 years, everything is practically worth nothing. So it's hard for anyone to really enter this new industry. And I also looked into open field farming. Of course, sensors can collect a lot of data in a wide area. The rural communication is provided as a service with the 3 telecommunication services. However, they want the farmhouses to use LTE, and that increases cost for farms. So they contemplate whether to use that LTE service. And to do that, I think the 3 telecom services need to cooperate and come up with a pilot project to make it available for the farmhouses and have certain amount of data accumulated. But right now, if the farmhouses want to use the service, they need to pay for everything. So I think that's something MAFRA needs to look into. And at our institute, we try to do an analysis on their farm management. We want to look into their capital, their investment. And we looked into this one farm when they buy fertilizers and other necessary materials. And to collect that data, we went to Nonghyap, and what Nonghyap has is just the amount of money. So they don't know how much of what item they bought. There should be data left at the companies that sold these products and materials. And there should be some kind of intermediary that links and accumulates these data and analyze them for management and provide it as a service. And this needs to be provided from the government so that the farming households can survive. And then the farms can utilize it to diagnose and analyze their data. And also, collaboration is very important. There should be incentive for their cooperation. If there are 3 parties in that cooperation, the 3 parties will be interested in their own profit. So the government agencies will be more interested in their profit. Research will be more focused on research. So there should be incentives for each different party involved in the collaboration, because one party cannot have all the ideas. If we want to collaborate and share that idea, there needs to be some kind of structure in place for that to happen.
Thank you very much. This is an honest feedback from the real farmers and the incentives to stimulate collaboration or cooperation. I think that's really necessary because now we have a winner-takes-it-all system. Only the organization in charge will reap all the benefits. The food valley of the Netherlands, I believe there is an active cooperation. Can you comment on it? So the essence of cooperation is transparency, research, evaluation, and such. So our transparent score have improved a lot, but in the Netherlands, if you collaborate with someone, if you work with someone, the result is very much transparent. The subsidies, how it is spent, which item the money was used to buy. So the data should be revealed in a transparent way to activate cooperation and research. Now we have achieved better economic status, so things are improving, but effort and the fair assessment, the balance in between should be realized. So Netherlands research centers track everything and come up with a result. They have a system. But what is much more important here is that individuals should have a mindset valuing transparency. So I'd like to add something here. In 1948, the Netherlands had an issue, hunger, after World War II. And CAP, Common Agriculture Policy, was established to introduce the direct payment system. Until 2000, they used per hectare system. They were thinking about scaling up, like 10 hectare, 20 hectare. They can get like 800,000 won for this. This is quite massive. So this become a drive, the CPA become a drive for farmers to scale up their business. So Korea also adopted similar system, but I think we need this kind of system to protect our food security. We don't really have an economy of scale production system. The difference between the Netherlands and Korea is that large farmers are growing bigger, but what about the smaller farmers? There was a criticism, but the Euro maintained a steady position about scaling up agriculture. But if we want to achieve smart farming, we need a scale. And this CAP does not provide any support to small farmers. I'm very sorry for that. But as he mentioned, they also create a fund so they can support those living agriculture and make a soft landing. And also, this create a buffer zone for those who are creating a bigger farms. So the land consolidation project, CAP, the government fund, these things lay the foundation for smart farming in the Netherlands. So his comment based on the history of Netherlands. Any questions from the floor? Yes, please. Please tell your name and the organization you belong to. Hello? I'm Lee Tae-yeon from a non-profit organization. My background is AI and electronic engineering. So there are some young farmers who inherit their parents' business. And I'm working as a Director General about my organization. I also work with the farmers of Indonesia, and I also work with people of National Assembly to promote cooperation. I also signed an MOU with the relevant parties. So we have a training course, a program called designed to promote people in AI area. So what I've experienced were all included in today's presentation. So the biggest challenge I have to implement AI in agriculture is that smart farms, agriculture data companies, machinery companies. I met the CEOs and research center heads and researchers. I met them, and I think the foundation is missing, and there is no standardization for the database. And I think we don't have that environment that enable the 50-year standardization of the Netherlands with the glass greenhouses. We don't have a manual or a guideline. That's why we are not standardized yet. So it also creates difficulties for us to develop curriculums. So pattern recognition, finger or iris recognition, they can be, of course, technically can be introduced, but they cannot be connected to the distribution, production, or pesticide application, or turning pictures into data. These things are not possible. To create a future farming or enable smart farming, discussion with our expert today, I think we can find some solutions here. First of all, I think we need a very firm position to push forward with a policy, for example, like 50 years, like in the Netherlands. Maybe we can focus on the irrigated land owned by farmers, like 새만금. Circular agriculture or other ideas can be implemented in these farms with passion, enthusiasm of young people. Then maybe in 50 years from now on, maybe they can check all the data on the dashboard with a simple click of button. So to realize that, I want you to combine all your insights. Agriculture, AI, Consortium, and KR. This is the website of our organization. You can check all the relevant information. You can also check the opportunity for collaboration too. We have a network of contacts with relevant people. They also want to connect with you too. So I think the foundation is right there. So if you can contact us, so we can reach out each other for further collaboration. Thank you very much. So Professor Son, can you give us a comment for the future of smart farming in Korea? As I said earlier, a country without natural resources can only make up for what's missing with technology or talent. Now the international order is changing. New technologies have been introduced with different concepts. At this moment, we need to make a leap forward, put our heads together, and through collaboration, of course. Of course, a collaboration is not easy, but we need a system, like mid to long-term system, to boost collaboration, position our country as a leader of the global community. Before we wrap up, maybe we can Here Mr. Che for his final comments. Thank you for all the great comments. It's very inspiring. So, as Professor Saw commented, smart farming companies need to prove their concept and come up with their pilot products, but they don't have a place for it. But we are trying to provide a solution for it. So after the proof of concept, their technological level will be much improved to ensure provide quality services to farmers. And if we also provide support vouchers so they can become a resident of our test center. But we also need to think about how to connect the companies and farmers too. As I reported earlier, this is something we cannot do like individually, connecting the dots. We are thinking about a cloud service or platform. So by combining big data and the cloud, we are going to upload all the research and public data. And on this platform, through cloud, farmers can upload their data. Companies can also upload data to connect and combine the data. So beyond smart farming Korea, that's the next step. So when we can provide the cloud service, I think things will improve more. There is a smart farming policies focusing on the livestock and the controlled agriculture. This will be also expanded to the outside farming. To do so, we are now running pilot projects. After the analysis, we're going to make what is missing or lagging. I'm very happy to be here, hear all your insights and comments. If we had this kind of opportunity earlier, it would have been great. But still, if you need anything like policy related, just let me know. We also have a weekly expert meeting or on-site meeting. So we are going to arrange a place an opportunity to solicit opinions from different people. And we're also going to make a continuous effort to further improvement. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time once again and for listening to the opinions of the people in the field. And please continue with the good work. Thank you. So we have concluded all three sessions we have today. Please give a big applause to the panelists. Not just Korea, but also globally, smart farming is being implemented. This was indeed a great opportunity to learn about it. The objective of the developing smart farming is contributing to zero carbon. So I believe this can be a great opportunity to explore and exchange ideas, helping all of us getting closer to the smart farming. The importance of smart farming will remain with us even after the symposium. Let me conclude today's symposium. Thank you very much. I was your MC, Park Kwang-shin. Thank you everyone for having us today. Thank you.